and environmental impact. Tenders in multiple currencies will be converted to Nigerian currency using the specified rate. So there's nothing wrong if you get the tenders in dollars, pound, euro, but during evaluation, you now have to bring everything to the currency, which is Naira. So in procurements where pre-qualification was used, the pre-qualification information will be verified to ensure they are still valid before contract award, and the award may be denied if they no longer meet the requirements. Check the tenderer's compliance with specified qualification criteria. Review past performance records and references provided by the tenderer. Assess the tenderer's capacity to mobilize resources and manage the project within the specified time frame. Seek clarification from tenderers on any ambiguous or unclear aspects of their technical proposals. Tender evaluation details remain confidential until successful tenderer is notified. So I think these are basic and clear. So before undertaking detailed evaluation of tenders, carefully familiarize with the following important aspects of the tender document. Clarifications from tenderers may be necessary to complete tender evaluation. If there's an aspect of their submission that is not clear, they can be written to clarify what they mean in that aspect of their submission. The PE or the tender evaluation committee can ask required clarification at their discretion only in writing. So you don't phone the person and start asking him questions. No, you have to write formally. And there's a specific clarification you require, and you want answers limited to what you've asked them to give to you. So no change in price or substance of the tender shall be sought, offered, or permitted, except for confirmation or correction of arithmetic errors. Tenders should be examined and evaluated based on the content of the tender itself without any extrinsic evidence. Any clarification from tenderer which is not in response to the PE's request shall not be considered. So if you asked for an information and they give you what you didn't ask for, you have to ignore it. It's not relevant. You shouldn't admit it for your evaluation. Evaluators should rigorously assess whether tenderers have the technical capacity. So if we're looking at a building project, for example, what will you consider the technical capacity that you're looking out for? If you're an evaluator and the project is a building project, for technical capacity, what are you looking for? If anybody wants to contribute, you can just tell me your name and provide the answer.
Can I make a contribution?
Yes, please. Bello.
Okay, my name is Lukman Bello from National Civil Research Institute, Badegi. Yeah, for the technical capacity in this particular question, you look at the similar experience of the job experience of the similar job that the company has carried out in the past. You look at the staff strength and the qualification of the staff. You look at the equipment, yes, and or equipment leasing arrangement agreement that the company has in place. These are some of the technical, yes, and aspects or strength of the bidder that you look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your input. So we said evaluators should look at technical capacity, experience, the resources to successfully deliver the project, verify technical specifications. Yeah, who is speaking? Yeah.
My name is Ezapata Simeon Ozachuku.
Okay.
You first of all said here eligibility criteria. The eligibility criteria should include if the person comply with the regulatory body, like the company registered CAC, the PENCOM, whether it has interim certificate with BP, tax clearance, ITF. Then, more importantly, based on a construction body, you check the personal capability, that the staff strength, whether it has a certified engineers that will carry the assignments. Then you talk of equipment, whether it has the equipment to do the job. It now refer to the similar experience of job done in the past years, whether he has the capacity to do that job, whether the job he did, whether he completed it efficiently and have the completion certificate. Thank you, ma.
Thank you for your contribution. So the two speakers, you seem to agree with each other about what to do. So I'm happy that most of you are knowledgeable in this subject matter and you are following the lecture. So we said that the evaluators should also assess the completeness and clarity of the technical documentation provided by the tenderer. So we also examine the adequacy of proposed methodology and work plan, evaluate the tenderer's understanding of the project requirements, assess the quality and experience of the tenderer's proposed team. So just give me a minute, I'll be back.
Okay, ma.
Okay, ma.
Okay, ma.
Okay, so thank you, I'm back. Evaluate the tenderer's understanding of the project requirements, assess the quality and experience of the tenderer's proposed team, assess quality control and safety, are in compliance with environmental, social, health, and safety requirements. Evaluators should also assess the tenderer's professional qualifications. You want to check their managerial competence, if they have qualified personnel. Some of you have already said that, their reputation, the equipment they have, or if they also are in partnership with people who can provide that equipment. And for goods, for example, is there an after sales service within your location, for example? How is it applicable to the contract performance? So for general experience of the firm, we want to look at the overall experience within the sector relevant to the procurement. So what we're saying in essence is this: as an evaluator, most times I discovered that these bidders, when you ask them to put their projects they have done in the past, lot one is procurement of laptop computers. They will put even building contracts they have done. They will include hospital equipment they have supplied. And my question is, how is hospital equipment related to the supply of laptop computers? So as an evaluator, if somebody makes a submission of his performance document for hospital equipment or for construction of a building, so if the bidder makes that submission, you, as a member of the evaluation committee, are you going to score that person for building a house when actually what you want is supply of computer? That's my question to you now. So what will be your score? So let's do 0, 1.
Come again, ma.
No, it's not a relevant information to the issue at hand.
So it is not
a relevant
related.
experience.
It's not related to the particular projects
It's zero.
that
No,
we're
it's not.
evaluating.
I will award him 0.
Yeah, so
Pure zero.
we're going to score 0. I hope that makes sense now. The fact that you've been doing lots of projects is good for you. But as far as this particular project is involved, as an evaluator, you're going to score 0 because these are not related projects. Thank you very much. So we say assess his experience with the sector relevant to the procurement. For instance, in the case of works procurement, this will relate to general construction experience. So if you are, the bid is on construction and you have done a lot of supply of computers, it's not relevant for us as evaluators when it comes to judging you whether you will excel in construction in our procurement entity. The tenderer is required to satisfy the minimum experience criteria specified in Section 3 of the standard bidding document. The tenderer must demonstrate completion of the minimum number of contracts of a similar nature. So, as the evaluators, we can set the criteria. For this building project, what we want to do is make sure that the bidder has done 5 similar projects. So for each project, he scores 20%. So bidder A has done 5 projects, that's 100. Bidder B has done 3 similar projects, that's 60. Bidder C has just done 1 similar project, that's 20. So that's how the scoring is done. You also have to check the scope. How you also handle that is, for example, in construction works, if our project is to do a 4-floor building, somebody has done construction of an estate, but this estate of bungalows, would you say that those bungalows, the scope is similar to the scope of this project for 5 floors?
It's not the same scope.
No, man.
Yeah.
No.
Now, you see, apart from, we have established that he has done projects that are of similar nature, which is construction. Now, we're going further to check if the construction he has done, if the scope is as high as what we're interested in doing. Because if you have done bungalows, 100 of them, but you haven't done a 10-floor building, they are not
absolutely
related
different.
in any way. They are different.
Yes.
The requirements, the design is different. You're bringing in wind effects. There are several factors that are coming into play. The mechanical is different. The electrical is different. Also, you're also checking complexity, then value as outlined in the tender data sheet. I hope this is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's
Yes,
make
ma'am.
progress. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I will introduce you to what to look out for in financial. But remember, Professor Ozurumba is going to eventually take you into financial in detail. So at the financial, this is the stage where all the tenderers' financial proposals are scrutinized to ensure compliance with the tender requirements, competitiveness, and value for money. It focuses on pricing and payment terms. The bid analysis compares submitted prices against the engineer's estimate to detect unrealistic tender, which may pose a risk. Verifies calculations in bill of quantity and ensure that both rates and totals match. So sometimes you may have a situation where it may be deliberate or it's an error. So we have quantity as 10. Rate is 1,000. 10 times 1,000 should give us what?
10 times 1,000 will
It's
give us
10,000.
10,000.
So now in the total,
It's
instead of
100,000.
instead of the 10,000, the person has total as 1,000. Okay.
100,000.
Yeah. So those are you have to take each of the tables one, and calculate
Correct.
again. And if you find such error, you effect those corrections. So it verifies calculations in the BOQ and ensure that the rates and the totals match. So there's no essentially you are doing arithmetic error check. You confirm eligibility check of whether they have the tax clearance. One of the participants has already told us that. Check for detailed accounts, check financial capacity. I think there's an equation for checking financial capacity for a specific project. Evaluate proposed payment schedules against contract conditions with attention on hidden costs or unfavorable terms. Unfavorable conditions should be avoided. So let's look at key personnel, especially for works, non-consultancy services, ICT. The proposed team should include a qualified construction manager or project manager with relevant experience. Additional key personnel should be listed in the schedule of information to tenderers, and their CVs will also be evaluated as part of the assessment process.
Yes.
Equipment. The tenderer is required to demonstrate the availability of at least the minimum equipment specified in SEET, or has a partnership agreement which is attached in the tender document that he's getting support for equipment from this partner. So that has to be included in the document and can be verified. So Section 31 of the PPA and the 44, Section 44 of the manual, there you have additional information. The evaluation committee should carefully identify and categorize any deviations in the tenders as either major or minor. You know, yesterday we talked about what constitutes a major and a minor deviation. But now I want to bring it out from the relevant sections of the document to tell you clearly, to guide you on what you should consider major deviation, what is considered minor deviation, how certain major deviations can be adjusted, and the ones that cannot be adjusted, how you should handle them. So we say major deviations shall lead to outright rejection of the tenders, while minor deviations may be addressed through clarification. With respect to provisions in the tender, the following constitute major deviations. Unacceptable subcontracting arrangements is a major, is enough to reject. An unacceptable implementation schedule where time is a critical factor. Proposals involving unacceptable alternative designs or unacceptable conditions relating to price adjustment. With respect to the status of the tenderer, where the tenderer is not eligible or has not been pre-qualified is a major deviation, okay? Where the tenderer was not formally invited to participate is also a major deviation. You don't proceed with it. A tenderer that is not duly signed shall not be considered responsive because it's not a binding document. So that's a major deviation as well. Any tender received after the deadline specified in the solicitation document shall be rejected. Any tender submitted to an incorrect location shall also be rejected. In the event of major deviations, such tenders shall be excluded from further consideration. While still unopened, they should be returned to the tenderer in that condition. So if it's dropped at a wrong location, for example, and it gets to your office that, oh, this is actually meant for your office, if you have the address, you send it back to them without tampering with it. In all instances of rejection, the procurement entity shall issue a written notification stating the reasons for rejection, and the tenderer shall not be allowed to revise or amend the tender to achieve compliance. So we still have come back to this issue of the need to write. I know a lot of our agencies are not doing this, but the Act and the manual keeps reminding us that it's something we need to do. So section 44.7 of the manual states that on the contrary, the following shall be considered as minor deviations: the use of codes. So if we have a design, somebody uses the British code design, while somebody uses the American code design, that's a minor deviation because it's a standard. It's just for us to, as a way of figuring it out. Difference in standards, difference in materials, alternate design, alternate alternative workmanship, modified liquidated damages, omission in minor items. These are all minor deviations because they can be corrected. Discovery of arithmetic errors, subcontracting that is unclear and questionable. If it's not clear, you write and ask for clarification. If it's clear, you proceed. You don't throw it out. Different methods of construction. So when it comes to civil works, for example, when you do what we call the deck, which is actually slab construction, we have different types of slab. You can have the pod deck and the regular slab we all know. Somebody can propose to use the pod deck. It's a different method of construction. If the cost is okay, you can still accept it. You don't reject it because he wants to use a method you're not familiar with. Is it a method that is used in engineering? Has it been used in places around that can they be verified? If yes, you don't reject on that basis. If you're comfortable with him, you can insist, okay, no, this organization is not familiar with the pod deck design. We want you to do the one we know. So these are things you write and agree with the person. So these are minor deviations. Differences in delivery dates, differences in delivery schedule, completion period where they are not of essence, and non-compliance with some technical local regulations, payment terms, any other condition that has little impact on the tender. These are considered as minor deviation. So in cases not mentioned above and where there exists a doubt as to whether a particular condition in a tender is a major or minor deviation, if it's not clear to you, these are the rules that will apply. Where the impact on the cost is major, it shall be regarded as major deviation. So if somebody says, oh, I want to use the pot deck, like the example I've given, but you discover that the technology you want to use is also leading to very high costs. So it's a major deviation. If this new technology he wants to use for us is very expensive, then there's no use going ahead with it. Okay? Is now major. Where the impact on the cost is minor, it shall be regarded as what? A minor deviation. So whether it's major or minor at this time now, we're looking at its effect on the cost. In cases of minor deviations, written clarification may be obtained from the supplier contractor, and where applicable, an offer made for the correction of the minor deviation. Where a supplier or contractor does not accept the correction of a minor deviation, his tender shall be rejected. So it started as a minor deviation. You were thinking he will accept. Once he refuses, it has become what? A major deviation. So you have to reject it. So at the stage of evaluation and comparison, all minor deviations shall be quantified in monetary terms. So in summary, we're going to go through a checklist for evaluators. So when you have your tender submission or bid submission, this is what we're going to look out for. Was the tender submitted on time? That's before the deadline. If the answer is yes, you're on track. Is it in the correct format, in a sealed envelope or in an electronic format? Is the tender properly signed and stamped by an authorized person? Is there a tender security? That's in the case where for that particular project, tender security is a requirement. Is the tender security included? And if it is included, is it in the correct amount? And is it also in the correct currency? If it is in the correct currency, is it valid for the required period? Is it issued by an acceptable institution? Yesterday, we talked about whether it should come from an insurance company or whether it should come from the bank. And we agreed that it should come from the bank. So now, those are part of the things you need to check. This bid security has been submitted. Confirm that it's coming from the bank, not from an insurance company. Completeness of the tender. Are all required forms and documents included? Is the tender submission form there? Is the price schedule and bill of quantities there? Do you have the eligibility documents? Are there any missing pages or sections in the document? Does the tenderer meet your basic eligibility criteria in terms of registration in cooperation with CAC? Do they have their tax clearance? Have they submitted a no conflict of interest declaration? Is it there? Is the form there? Is the tenderer not debarred or blacklisted? Is the tender validity period clearly stated? Does it meet the minimum required validity? Are there arithmetic and basic errors? You need to check that. Are there obvious arithmetic errors in the pricing? Are corrections properly initialed? Substantial responsiveness. Does the tender generally conform to the tendering documents? No major deviations or reservations from key requirements. Thank you for listening. So at this point, I would like to entertain questions from you. If you have any questions at this point. You don't have any questions, it's clear, right?
Yes, it's clear now.
Okay,
Yes,
so thank you very much.
It's clear, ma'am. Very clear.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I've introduced you to the concepts. Professor Zurumba will take you to the more technical aspect of the course, and he'll be doing case studies. And most of these case studies will be like
Thank you for clarity on the well-delivered lecture.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you. So Professor Zumba will take you through the technical evaluation and the case studies. And some of the case studies requires your confirming that you understood my lectures, because some of the issues that will come up in the case studies are implementation of some of the things I've advised that you do. So at this point, I wish you the best. Have a wonderful day.
You too, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful. Your lecture was super.
We love you.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for this particular session.
We are grateful for this lecture, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, ma'am.
So please, let's maybe take 2 minutes to stretch your legs while Professor Zumba is trying to share his slides. You can stretch. So 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are grateful.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, bye. Thank you, ma.
We will start off your video.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Abid. I want to ask, is
Good
there
morning, sir.
anybody among us attending this course physically? Is there anybody among us here attending this class physically?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in the building.
Thank you. Please, anybody that is attending this class physically, I want to meet with the person because I have some things to discuss with the person, please. Can anybody mention name, like who's attending physically among us?
I'm at the building. Just come to the receptionist. That's where I am. The
You
first
are the
floor.
building, right?
Yeah.
What's your name, please?
My name is Miracle.
Miracle. Where?
Miracle what, please?
Ugokwe. You see it there now. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Miracle. I will chat you up. Thank you.
All right.
When you fight everything and go
bóyá ó jáde bóyá ó lọ ní stop ẹ pé.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So, we want to continue from where Professor Dike stopped. We are still continuing with bid evaluation. I hope you can see my slide.
Yes, sir.
We can see.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We can see it, sir.
Okay. So she has treated the preliminaries and the processes involved in bid evaluation, goods, works, NCS, non-consultancy services. So in continuing with the financial and in dealing with bid evaluation as a practitioner, we have all agreed that we treat technical first. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then what's the essence of treating technical first before financial?
The reason is to be sure to ascertain that any particular vendor that may be qualified financially has also been confirmed that they are qualified technically, because it takes technical capacity to be able to be awarded the contract, as long as that has to do with building, construction.
Okay. Okay,
Also,
thank you.
Is to verify the
whether they have enough equipment to deliver.
Okay. Okay, so we
Hello,
must
sir.
ascertain that
That's more like knowing the capacity of the bidder and the engineer in question. Financial capacity, material, personnel capacity, and otherwise.
Thank you very much. So we all agree that you must ascertain the technical know-how of the vendor or the supplier or the contractor or the tenderer or the bidder before you can move to know his financial capacity or financial strength. So that's why we want to continue still on bid evaluation. And I would want to know, there are some of us who have conducted the bid evaluation. Do we have participants who have conducted bid evaluation in their MDAs or their various establishments? So if there are, I would want to hear from one or two how you conducted. Someone should give us information how you treated bid evaluation when you were evaluating works and then goods, before we can now look at the theoretical aspects. So a volunteer can tell us, we wouldn't want to know your MDA, let's know as a procurement officer how we are able to conduct procurement of works, whether small works or large works, and then similar to goods. Yeah, the floor is open. Hello? Participant, did you hear what I said?
They just want what they need. They don't care about me.
Please, can they mute these people? Can they mute us? Everybody.
Okay, you are not responding, or you didn't get my question. Okay, it seems everybody is muted, so let me just continue. So looking at financial evaluation of tenders, we are concerned with the arithmetic, the figures involved for us to get the lowest responsive bidder. We have to look at the price being quoted, and then since Monday till now, we have been moving around the same component, which is having value for our money and having the best value and most responsive bid. So for us to arrive at that, we know that the committee ought to have evaluated submission of all the bidders, ensuring that the eligibility criteria is met, and then all the components involved. Then the issue of financial instruments, guarantee, surety, or whatever you may call it, to ensure that the winning bidder does not go away or run away after collecting mobilization money, as we discussed yesterday. So it is the duty of the evaluation committee to do due diligence to ensure they rework and they assess every submission made. If there are errors, minor, major deviations at this point should be pointed out. Accounting for discounts and margin of preference, comparison of prices, whether ICB or NCB. That's International Competitive Bidding, ICB, where we now consider domestic preference or the issue of margin of preference when we are treating works using the approved percentage as contained in the PPA 2007 Act.
College.
Which college?
This housing college.
So some people are also bent on disrupting my class. So there should be, for work, there should be clarification of tenders, shortly, correction of errors, figures where must agree. If there is any omission, it has to be pointed out. Unit trade total must agree. You reworked. You have to rework. Misplacement or decimal points, if any. Adjusting for provisional sums and contingencies, if applicable. 4. Applying the discounts offered by the tenderer, if any. There may be cases where tenderers offer a discount. So it should also be worked out. Conversion to single currency, there should be a baseline. If you're handling ICB, you must convert to a common or single currency using that specified in the tender documents. So the rate, the prevailing rate, must have been ascertained using dates specified in tender documents. Usually not earlier than 4 weeks before closing, not later than expiry of tender validity. Comparison of tenders in single currency, value of foregone benefits for longer completion, add for acceptable quantifiable variations, add domestic preference on adjusted price. Key unit rates are the rates of major items of works in the BEME or DOK, which significantly affect the overall cost of the project. Where the key unit rates of the lowest tenderer are marginally low, the tenderer shall be requested to prove to the satisfaction of the procuring entity how they intended to perform such works. So we all agree that there are some contractors who are fond of giving what is not realistic. So my colleague has said we are not dealing with the least cost. We are dealing with the lowest responsive. So you have to take note of that. And that's why you must have done your in-house estimates. Carry out your market survey to confirm what is the prevailing rate of what is being quoted. Otherwise, you fall prey to fraudsters in the name of conducting so you have to take note of that somebody has given a rate that is not realistic in order to win the contract. You'll be rest assured that that contract will not be delivered. These are such contractors that abandon or call for variation that are not necessary. Again, where the key unit rates of the lowest tenderer are evidently too low to procure the works without compromising on quality, the tender should be rejected. Where there are significant differences between tender prices and in-house estimates, the reasons for the discrepancy must be analyzed. Review the engineer's estimate to discover whether any unusual provisions are included which may have affected the prices, and analyze current market conditions to discover whether they would tend to increase or decrease the tender prices. This will determine whether the tender is reasonable, the tender should be rejected, or all tenders should be rejected and re-tendered using modified tendering documents. So margin of preference. So we already discussed that the margin of preference is applicable in procurement of works, and there is a certain percentage specified. So which percentage that is allowed should be used to work out. So, and this is applicable when we are treating ICB. And at that point, there must be a purpose why this particular item is included. So first and foremost, the domestic industries should be protected, otherwise they will die a natural death. So applied by adjusting upwards the tender, because they can't compete favorably with their foreign counterparts. So certain percentage of domestic preference for the purpose of evaluation should be used. It works by adjusting upwards the tender price of the foreign tenderers by a certain percentage to confer advantage on the domestic tenderers, usually not more than 7.5% for works and 15% for goods and NCS and ICT.
Yeah.
Contracts, awards, and recommendation. The evaluation committee must be satisfied that the tenderer with the lowest evaluated and substantially responsive tender is truly capable of performing the contract. This assessment should be based on clear criteria, including capacity, technical capability, product reputation in terms of goods, and proven reliability, financial resources, availability of parts and services, and past performance. So this is what should be the major focus of the evaluation committee before a winner can truly emerge and be awarded the contract. To ensure accuracy, the committee must also conduct thorough due diligence on the experiences and qualifications claimed by tenderers, verifying the authenticity before awarding the contract. This process safeguards transparency, accountability, and ensures that only competent suppliers and contractors are entrusted with delivering value. Rejection of tenders. Only if lowest evaluated tender exceeds estimate by large margin. If all tenders are non-responsive, reject. If there is lack of competition, which means it was not conducted using the open competitive bidding method. If so, review specification and contract conditions before inviting tenders. But it's not limited to this. There may be other conditions. So we look at the financial evaluation. I already asked a question, but I didn't get any feedback. Wanted us to hear from some of us who have conducted their bidding, how they were able to carry out technical and financial evaluation, whether it's in tandem with what we have. So, issue of tender price. In this case, total quoted price submitted is considered whether prices are firm or adjustable, currency used, and consistency with requirements. Also, the issue of arithmetic check.
What do we do with the contract?
The committee also verify calculations by working at, and that's why there is a template for producing your financials. So there's a template, a format. So you have unit price per item quoted, and then the quantity involved. The calculation should be accurate. Correct any arithmetic errors according to the tendering rules. There are guidelines, the arithmetic errors. There are guidelines which have been discussed all along, so that somebody doesn't present a wrong value and then you judge it as the lowest responsive. Ensure corrections are properly applied and documented. Then looking at price breakdown, review unit rates, bill of quantities, price schedule, check for unbalanced pricing, very high or very low items, those that the outliers, those that fall at the extreme, missing rates for required items. In financial evaluation, you also consider discounts, if any. Are there any unconditional discounts offered? Maybe a contractor may have an advantage and maybe may offer a discount. Let's say have access to sand. Said, okay, we can excavate sand. Let's discount the price for sand. Yeah, is there such conditions that a contractor has posed? We should make his quotation to come down. Are they clearly stated and properly applied? Conditional discounts are usually not considered unless specified. Unless specified. In the financial, you also treat the issue relating to taxes and duties. So the tax component, we are aware that Nigeria has been battling with a new tax law. The new government has come up with an upward review of various taxes. And any violation of this may lead to legal action against the MDA or the individual. So it's in the financial that you now consider the tax components specified that relate to a particular contract. Are taxes, VAT, and duties included or excluded as required? Ensure consistency with the tendering document instructions. Some may finish, and that's why it is also good to know the tax involved. Some contractors may have submitted later, they realize that they did not factor in certain relevant tax components.
Thank you.
That regular contractors are aware of the relevant tax components related to any of the jobs they're applying for. Under financial, you also encounter the issue of currency conversion if you're treating ICB. So whereby you have currency issue, all tenderers must be adjudged using a baseline, using a common international currency. you must bring all that's quoted, convert to a single currency using specified exchange rates. And that means that the exchange rates must have been specified as at the date the advert was released. Ensure fairness and consistency across tenders. Another component that feature in financials is the issue of price adjustments, if applicable. So if applicable implies the type of procurement methods you are using. So that's why it says, if applicable. So apply any adjustments required by the tendering document, such as corrections for deviations, life cycle cost adjustments, delivery or completion time impacts. Coming to comparison of evaluated prices, that you have to do because you are not dealing with just a single source. We say it's an open competition, and then you must have qualified some bidders to get to this stage. It's just like the World Cup round 32, round 16, and currently round 8. So at this point, we need to rank to know which quotation or which firm actually rank first, then second, as the case may be. And there should also be reason for putting this in such a way that it is clear and unambiguous. So if I may ask, if you have gotten your oath considered to be your lowest evaluated price, the bidder now. So why do you have to bother about the firm that ranks second or third or fourth, as the case may be? Are you all still muted?
Yes, because we need to look at the technical ability of the second person. If the second person has a better technical know-how, you have to also put him into consideration, or have better quality to deliver than the first person.
Okay, what I want to know is, are there cases maybe your first may not be taken finally to do the job?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. And in that situation, maybe the person is not technically qualified. There are a lot of infraction is technical submission.
Okay,
So
so
the partner is the lowest responsive may not necessarily mean that is the lowest by price that he will be the person to take it.
okay, we also know that there's what we call post qualifications. And so it is necessary for us to do this ranking so that in case the person that is being considered lowest evaluated fails to turn up, or there's an issue that is discovered later, that so that you can fall back. You have plan A and plan B. So that's why it's a process. You know that this is a process. And so your second may be on standby until the whole procurement process has been concluded. So I experienced one after awarding the contract letter. The contractor later declined and said he can't
supply
do the job at the rate that was given. So there are a lot of cases that may arise, and that was why I was seeking for field experience from you guys. So which you failed to supply. So there may be such and such. As you are doing the ranking, it implies that if first fails, you can fall back to second. You don't need to start conducting a new, fresh evaluation. So identify lowest evaluator responsive, be the tenderer or bidder, or best value, depending on the method used. In financial also, while treating financial, you may also encounter cases of abnormally low or high tenders. And so I've already discussed this, that you are likely to encounter such. So, and that is why is advised, or the law made it in such a way that you ought to have ascertained the technical first. So check if a tender is unusually low. May indicate risk of poor performance. Yeah. Somebody may say, let me just get this contract and then use the money and do some settlements. And that may lead to, if you supplying a substandard product. So these are issues. A building concluded less than 1 year of handover. You start seeing repairs or dilapidation. 1 year, not more than 1 year. So some of the contractors sometimes play pranks. They must find a way to cut corners. So to the detriment of the system. Last time we heard about the Abuja terminal. built by Emperor Nwike. So a terminal that has not been used just collapsed. So there are such similar cases. So seek clarification if necessary before decision. So and that's why Prof was saying is not the least cost. We are not treating least cost. So consistency with technical offer. So ensure the financial offer matches the approved technical proposal. No hidden deviations affecting cost. Then issue of due diligence also applies here. So in due diligence, legal status and compliance must be followed. Company registration and incorporation documents, valid licenses, permits required for the contract, tax compliance, tax clearance certificates, confirmation that the firm is not debarred, blacklisted, check for conflicts of interest. Also, financial capacity, audited financial statements for the last 2-3 years, as the case may be, turnover compared to contract value, cash flow strength, liquidity, access to credit lines of financing, ongoing commitments that may affect performance. So it's part of the due diligence that ought to be carried out by the PE. Technical capacity. In build evaluation, is expected that whether it has to do with works, goods, or services, verification of equipment, tools, or facilities is necessary. Availability of key personnel, technical capability to meet specifications, site visits, physical verification if needed, visit company offices, factories or project sites. This, if you have finally finished your evaluation, before you can now, as agree, sign your final contract, you ought to have carried out this, and not what the case we are seeing today in Nigeria. Remember the current case of a fake agency. So you may also have fake contractors who may go to internet and build skyscrapers that are non-existent. So you don't award, and later you now realize that you have awarded to a 419.
The wrong person.
So visit company offices, factories or project sites. confirm existence of claimed resources and operations. Also, the issue of past performance and experience, confirm previous similar projects, contact references supplied by contractor or supplier, check quality of work, timely completion, any disputes or contract termination. So all these processes you are taking is to be double sure, to assure yourself that you have done due diligence before awarding the contract. Any question before I continue?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Can you hear me, sir?
Go ahead.
My name is Mohammed Mawia. Mine is that, okay, maybe while doing the diligence, there is an oversight from your subordinates or from your own path as a supervisor. You do not carry out the visitation and you have already give or issued the award letter to the contractor. Then it was later you realize that, okay, that contractor or that company is non-existent. So in that regard, what are you expected? As in, from my own part, after realizing that, okay, the company or the contractor, they don't have offices, they are not visible anywhere. After after issuing them the award letter, then you came to realize that, okay, you did not carry out the due diligence. So in that case, what am I going to do? Thank you.
Okay, so you heard what he said. We need a reaction from knowledgeable participants.
Okay, good morning.
So you heard what he said.
Yes, I heard.
There were failure on the part of the entity to be double sure of the person they are giving the contract letter. And they had already done that and later realized that they have made mistakes. So what should the agency or the entity do? Thank you.
Good morning, good morning, my dear instructor and dear colleagues. I'm Franklin. I have a little input to make. First and foremost, that the question he asked actually comes in before now. Why I say before now is that during those days, maybe say in the last 15 years or thereabout, that's where you see existence of company, or you see transactions of companies that are not in existence. But going by what is happening currently, there is no contract that can be awarded or get to the extent of what he has disclosed where such company or the contractee will not have some of the elements like having a registered company name. Usually they go with a CAC number, they go with a TIN, the tax identification, for all this. So with all these security measures, I don't think that question will come on board. But whereby such error prevails as a result of corruption in the system, the whole process should kickstart afresh. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Supporting what the former person has said. Hello. And I'm a bit
Yes, more contribution, but there's something he said that he may not occur currently. But we are dealing with the current issue of presidential whatever that is being discussed now. So we shouldn't say there's nothing that is impossible in Nigeria. So if we can have a fake agency in the presidency, so
Yes,
please don't underrate Nigerians, please.
That's why I think the presence of corruption, with the presence of corruption that has eaten deep into the system, because in the actual sense, before you are being profiled as a bidder, there are certain terms and conditions you must meet up. There
Which
must
the
be
Act has specified. And
any
so,
company that does not have a CAC number and everything, why then profile the person for a contract?
then what should be done to the evaluators? What should be done to those evaluation committee?
Should they should be entitled.
very
To start with, the evaluation committee did not do a proper due diligence. However, since the contract has been awarded, it can as well be revoked before completion.
Okay. So
Hello, sir.
Hello, yes.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
From what the previous speakers have said, I think the first speaker said the process should be started all over. That shouldn't be done because we have other
bidders
that are in line. You have you must have done rating. You gave it to the first bidder that you found out that is a scam. So the other bidders are there. So you look at this, the next most responsive bid, and if you find out that it meets all the necessary criteria, you award to that person. You don't need to start all over again because we are talking about time and resources. Then for those that carry out the evaluation, definitely every institution has their way of dealing with negligence. But sometimes it's negligence or over familiarity, or in most cases, inducements that makes people to look aside and fall into such traps. Thank you.
Okay.
There's something I want to add. I want to add. You find that there are some of them that has corrupts, that are working together, that are corrupt. So you find out that we should create an awareness in order to stop most of them, because they might have an agent that will always represent them, even when everybody is not aware. Those corrupt ones will go and take and deliver that project and collect that money. They will share it equally. So a awareness needs to be created so that everybody will be aware that this contract is cancelled or revoked, so that they will not make such mistake. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Dr. Zurumba, let me add to what the second speaker has said and thereby align or, buttress a point. You don't progress a faulty system. For the fact that these anomalies have been noted, you won't say that you are not going to give the next most eligible. Remember, they said in the bidding process, it should be transparent, it should be open. Should there be any anomaly noticed, that process should be cancelled and started outrightly from a clean slate. Because if you are giving to the next bidder, how sure are you that such will not happen? Or how sure are you that even the third or the fourth bidder is not even better than the person you want to give to? So for fairness and for transparency, and for being open to bidding process, the process had to be started all over, irrespective of time and resources that is what spent. Anything that is worth doing is worth doing and worth doing right from the very beginning. Thank you.
Okay, so in all that I've said, decisions taken must be guided by the acts and the regulatory bodies. So that's it. So procurement officers must ensure that due diligence is followed while carrying out this assignment. Then coming to the next stage, which is
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
who is excusing?
Okay, it's Mary, sir. I wanted to ask, with regards to the last person's contribution, sir, he's saying that the process should be cancelled outrightly. So I want to ask you, is it right like that actually, because of the wrongdoings of the first bidder, should the process actually be cancelled, or other people who also bidded are supposed to be considered? With since they have already done evaluation before, they submitted, they did evaluation, everything. So should that process be cancelled because of that first person, or the process will be continued with the others?
Okay, so depending on the stage, the act has specified if that you get clearance from the regulatory body, which is BPP. And for me, depending on the stage, whether the award has been concluded or carried out, if the award has taken place, so is a different ballgame. Then we don't know whether 30% mobilization has also been followed. And again, there must have been submission of the financial bidding document, the financial securities. That's why I said it is not detailed. It's only when the information is detailed, you can now know whether to do outright cancellation or otherwise. So the information is not complete if they have awarded and they stop there. They have not mobilized advance payment. So it's when we know the stages of this, then you can, if they have awarded and mobilization carried out, the issue now still remains, this firm, did they submit fake security, bid security? So, which is a bank guarantee and others. So there are so many ways to treat this. So if it's at that stage, the argument that they have discovered that there is an anomaly, the contract has to be cancelled. And that's why I said the information is not complete, irrespective of what has been spent on this. So that is it. So it's clear. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you, sir.
So, and that's why we are coming to award of contracts. And so that's why it's expected that before you get to this stage, so except, like we said, there is collusion, there is collusion, insider abuse. Maybe the chief executive is involved in just like investigation is still ongoing on the fake agency, which has become a case study now, case study on fake agency operating in the presidency. So And I believe that this fake agency I don't know, they may also conduct their own bidding. Who knows? So award of contracts implies that the technical and the financial due diligence must have been followed. And then steps in award of contract says preparation of final evaluation reports. And so that's why I'm equally doubting the composition of this procurement unit or the evaluation committee of this entity. But we are we are using it as a hypothetical case, using it as a hypothetical case. So, and that is what the Act came to solve. So the Act came to solve some of these abnormalities that has been existing. And we are saying that despite the Acts, some people are still go contrary to the Act and still commit one procurement fraud or the other. So somebody was indicating to say something. Is that email or so? So what you want to say, is it in line with what we are discussing? Okay, no response. Okay. So preparation of financial evaluation reports. The procuring entity prepares a comprehensive evaluation report. It must clearly recommend the lowest evaluated responsive tenderer or bidder or best value. It also includes justification based on all evaluation stages. The report is submitted to the appropriate authority, typically the Ministerial Tenders Board, as the case may be. If it is the MTB matter. So Ministerial Tenders Board approval, no award can be made without formal approval. Remember, in contract, you have to determine the type of contract based on the threshold involved, and that determines the type of procurement method you are applying. So obtain certification of no objection from BPP for contracts above approval thresholds. The procuring entity must obtain a certificate of no objection from the Bureau of Public Procurement. Yesterday, you remember I treated forms, contract forms. We treated contract forms, and I said the nature of the forms, the structure of the forms. That's what we treated yesterday. And I said the contract forms cut across goods, works, services, NCS, and ICT. So and it follows a similar pattern, most likely, similar pattern. First of all, is award of contracts is a sequence. You have to notify the person your report says is the person with the lowest evaluated bid price. So notice of intention to award should be issued to the lowest evaluated, most responsive tenderer with copy to all unsuccessful tenderers. So it's like declaring results, declaring the winner. In declaring the winner, the Act also says the unsuccessful bidders should also be communicated, should be on the know that this process has finally come to an end, just like the World Cup. I think is it probably by next week, the FIFA will declare the winner. Am I right? I hope it's next week that we know who will win.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So by this time next week, we should be expecting results. So,
yes, sir.
And that is notice of intention to award. So as soon as the final match is played, then FIFA will now announce, and that announcement is the notice of intention to award. Between the time of announcing and the time of signing the contract. So you have a period, the lag time, which is called the standstill period. Very critical to give room for complaints, for protests, and all that. You are given a time frame. Yesterday, we saw 3 days after announcing, I learned some African countries are now saying they are being robbed. Egypt is complaining. I don't know if Morocco will also complain. And then Belgium was also complaining. Maybe if they don't win the World Cup, they may also
protest.
So they have time to, but at least they won US, they won Trump, so they may drop their own trust. So that is a similar scenario with every contract. So this is the period given for the people that participated, not someone that didn't follow in the process. So 15 days given, within which no contract shall be entered into. So just to give this period 10 to 15 days to allow for any before the award of contract. And it's also within this period that you also have debriefing by the PE on request by contractors or suppliers who responded to the tender. The PE shall provide the briefing to any tenderer explaining, how answering questions that may relate to how the evaluation, went. So because some may want to know, why didn't I win this? So there is provision that you should respond on request within a particular time frame. Then after notice of intention to award is now notification of award, which I also presented the template, what the content of this notification of award. And it says that the expiration of the standstill period and after resolving any complaints received and provided the tenders are still valid, the PA shall issue notification of award to the selected tenderer. So you can now issue notification of award. Unsuccessful tenderers are also notified. This step must be done promptly and transparently. Next publication of award, the contracts award is published in line with transparency requirements, often in procurement journals or official platforms. Next, provision of performance security, which we also discussed yesterday, which means it is the person, the firm that won, that is expected to buy this. The winning tenderer must submit a performance. It is at this point that you now request for performance security, which is a bond, a guarantee, and must meet the specified percentage and validity period. Contract signing, both parties sign the formal contract agreement. This makes the contract legally binding. So you have entered into a contract. And if all these legal processes have been concluded, the contractor may not start work because he needs financial mobilization. He is not doing a charity work. So he needs to start execution. At the stage of implementation, execution, so mobilization is weighted. And remember, I have a project. It is at this stage that the project gets stopped. Federal government yet to release some of the last year's capital, fund. Contractor cannot start work. After signing, the contractor is issued a notice to proceed or mobilization instruction. Project execution officially begins. So without it, contractors would like to have a legal document binding, which is the agreement, and then the financial mobilization to kickstart, and usually in Nigeria, 30%. This is the end of the first segment. So any question before we take few case studies, and then you can get ready for your post-quiz. We get ready for your post-quiz. So we want to take into cognizance some people that may have one thing or the other. So we quickly do the case studies and then alert the technical team to get ready for the post-quiz immediately after the case study. Thank you. That's right. Mike. Okay, so I'm not getting any response. So let's quickly look at few case studies before we conclude. So I would like to know your contribution before we now give some tips on how you can also apply the matter, just like somebody asks a question of a fake contractor and what should be done. So we have different opinions, but opinions has to fall in line with what the act says or what is contained in the documents. So case 1 says the Federal Ministry of Housing invited tenders for the construction.
It's by 230 that of 75.
That's very true.
The post will be speaking to them, but it's ready.
It's right. It's right.
The post is ready. But by 230 they will take it out of our minister.
When doing this, South African house, they're quite, they're quite.
Okay, so case study 1 says the Federal Ministry of Housing invited tenders for the construction of an office annex. The proposed in-house estimate was 1.4 billion, and there was a provision of 1.8 billion in 2024 appropriation bill. After evaluation, the lowest evaluated responsive tender was 1.65, which fell within FEC approval threshold. Subsequently, the contract was rescoped and awarded to the lowest evaluated responsive tenderer by the Ministerial Tenders Board at a reviewed contract sum of 1.45 billion after negotiations. You are requested to comment on the procurement planning, budgeting, and tendering processes, and also identify what provisions of the law and or regulations, if any, have been violated. So for those who are conversant with the Procurement Act, so please may I get your input looking at this particular scenario. Yes, if you want to contribute, you indicate and then you unmute yourself. We are looking at this first case study involving Federal Ministry of Housing. Okay, so if nobody is contributing, so we can look at some options on how to.
I raised up my hand.
And I said you have the floor, so I didn't. I submit
Okay, sir,
yourself
concerning the procurement planning involved, I think the ministry complied with the Public Procurement Act 2007 because they prepared an in-house estimate of 1.4 billion naira before inviting the tenderer. So they complied with the procurement planning there. They comply with the PPA 2007 Act there. They prepared an in-house estimate of 1.4 billion naira before inviting the tenderers.
Okay, that's your own view of the. It's okay. So let's have other views on this matter. Yes, you just submit yourself and talk.
It also means that sir, there is
Good
budgetary
afternoon, sir.
provisions for
Let's hear Engineer Omar. Let's listen to Engineer Omar.
Okay, sir. I said it also means that there is budgetary provision of 1.8 billion naira in the 2024 Appropriation Act, meaning that funds were available before procurement processes commenced.
Okay. So, but what happened to the other clause? So how do you deal with the other clause that follows? Rescoping. Yeah, somebody wants to talk. So, because we don't treat it in isolation, we have seen, yes, it fell within the FEC approval, but we now look at the other clause. Subsequently, the contract was rescoped and awarded to the lowest evaluated responsive tenderer by the MTB at a reviewed contract sum of 1.450 after negotiations.
That means that there has to be an approval by PEC because MTB cannot just rescope the contract because it's not within their threshold. So it has to be approved by the Federal Executive Council. If not, that is splitting of contract because it's within the federal FEC threshold, not MTB's threshold. So I believe that MTB needs an approval by FEC before they rescope the contract.
Okay.
So let me just add
Victor,
to what
Victor also want to make a submission.
Yes.
Hello, I want to.
So can we allow Victor? Can we allow
Hello.
Victor?
Okay.
Yes. Is that Victor?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay.
Now, in the first instance, the contractor has overbidded due to the fact that the in-house consultant gave the project 1.4 billion and is now presenting 1.650 billion naira plus 5 or minus 5% that's supposed to either be where it comes to responsiveness and pricing. Because I believe the in-house consultant that came up with 1.42 have done their due diligence in the price. Then that now consulted and related with the contractor to rescope is out of their schedule. So they should revert back to the initial bidding and probably request for a fresh bid to have a better thing instead of just negotiating to 1.450, because rescoping means they are deviating from the initial design and some other parameters that have been part of the project. Thank you very much.
So what you are saying is there's an aspect they contradicted with the provision in the Act. Victor, are you?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I
Let
have
me
contribution
finish.
also.
Let me finish with Victor. Victor, your analysis is suggesting that there must have been a way this ministry contravene the section of the Act or provisions in the Act. Is that what you mean? Okay, Victor is not responding. So
I have contribution, sir.
Excuse, sir.
In my view,
Hello.
in my view, the ministry has not contravened because they had an approval from FEC, which gave them 1.8, which might be in line with their budgetary provision. So what we need to do in this instance is to go back to the bureau to get approval to be able to award at that cost or price, which might be the lowest, most responsive bid they had in carrying out the tendering process. That's my
What I
view.
want to add is in this
Okay, so I
contract.
think it's good we understand the logic. So because we have case of MTB and FEC is the highest in the procurement decision. So we look at the authority of FEC, which has been identified, and then which is a higher approving authority than MTB. So, and then we take it from there. What they have is within the schedule of FEC, which means they don't have the approving authority. So in that case, what should be done as far as this project?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir, this project, from the beginning, there was a provision that is an approval in the an approval has already been given to that organization as that 1.8 billion. So they have that money that they want to use to carry out this procurement of this
They've not exceeded
office
that amount.
analysis. Now,
Yes,
hello, sir.
Yes,
But at the end of the day, the organization themselves have to come up with an in-house estimate, which maybe they have a consultant that help them come up with that, or maybe their technical people there have to come up with this 1.4 billion as an in-house for them. Now the money that that was approved that they can spend for that project is still 1.8. Then at the end of the day, the contractor that quoted 1.65 billion for the contract. So now since that contractor quoted like that, the organization feels that There's two things, sir. It's either sometimes with organizations, somebody may have given that person an insight that the organization have 1.8 billion to do this work. So the person may quote towards that amount. Then sometimes somebody may even review the in-house estimate, which is the 1.4 billion. So at the end of the day now, this person quoted like this, the organization, they have finished their evaluation, and that person is the most evaluated responsive bidder. So they now decided to do a negotiation. A negotiation, though, is also allowed in a procurement process. So they did a negotiation saying that that money we cannot pay you. This and this and this is what we can give for this contract, contract. So it's left for the contractor to decide whether he can do the work or not. So if he accepts that he can do the work like that, it is not an infraction because if there was a negotiation. In fact, they have even helped the organization to save more money. So it is not as if the FEC had given that approval for that particular amount. No, it was what was quoted and was evaluated. But they have that particular money, which is 1.8 in their account. So this is what happened. Although in procurement, there are some projects that you can call for negotiation. There are some that you may not call for negotiation. But in this case, the organization is only trying to save their money by doing that. So that is it. It's not as if they went against.
Hello,
It's
sir.
all right. It's
Hello,
all
sir.
right.
Please, I have
Okay.
a contribution.
Sir, can I
No, hold
say
on.
something?
Hold
My hand has been
on.
raised.
I want to say something.
I have a
Hold
contribution,
on.
please.
Hold on first, please. Hold on. Let me just make a correction here clearly. The proposed estimate from this committee
is
based
1.8
on the
billion.
market survey of 1.4 million. Now, the 1.8 million in question here is a money kept outside for the job. The market survey team is telling you as a procurement officer, your target is 1.4 million. Now, at the end of the day, the contract awarded is 1.50, which is 50,000 naira above the market survey of 1.4. So you have fallen short above the estimated 1.4 by 50,000, which is already on the negative side.
But most of the times you must not follow what is actually estimated.
Hold on. Just
Yes,
listen
sir.
first. Now, the 1.4 million is its market survey target by the committee. Now, you as a procurement manager, you have to work towards ensuring that you meet this target of 1.4, below 1.4. That should be your target, not going above this market survey estimate. We have no business with this 1.8 million already kept there. That money is there with finance department. Procurement department, what concerns them is 1.4 million as their base target based on the market survey. To work towards that is it. Thank you.
That is not correct. That is not procurement.
Please, it's not correct. I also disagree with it.
Please, can I make contribution? I raised my hand since, sir.
Hello, sir. Please look at us that have been raising our hand.
Exactly.
We raised our hands,
That
sir.
is
Please
just
be
a
calling
guide.
names
That
according to the
1.4. Well
rules.
done. That is just a guide. Exactly. Well done. It's a guide. It's a guide. Yes. It's not what the concern about.
So I would just want to hear from procurement officers that have encountered similar experience.
Yes,
How are
yes,
you able to? Who is saying
sir.
yes?
Yes, sir. I have encountered
Who? What's the name?
My name is Okole Gibson.
Okole.
Gibson.
Okay, Okole. Which
Gibson.
which MDA?
Sir, please, I hope you say you will spare us our MBA in attempting this case study.
Okay, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
So
All right,
tell
sir.
tell
Okay.
us your experience,
Okay. Like my experience at the time I had this experience, it was actually a difficult one going by what we were taught. We were taught that estimated amount is the in-house. The amount we arrive at after we have gone to do our market survey and all that, which is quite different. Like somebody said, is a guide, but this does not necessarily mean that if a contractor goes below the estimated amount, or like some big percentage above, that it should still be considered if the person quotation is the lowest among every other provided it is below the budgeted amount. So in that case, I think the consultant now, at this point now, the consultant of the agency now decide to use their own discretion. At this point now, they say they are going to set a certain percentage, like 10%. If the quotation is 10% below the in-house, that the person may not be awarded. But if it is like 5%, 10% above, it will also not be. But it should be within a certain percentage. And now, like in this case study, where they say it was the scope, and I see a section in the Public Procurement Act that says that this rescoping is a contradiction, is a violation of the act, because when you rescope and you give the award to somebody you said who also has quoted a bit below your in-house, you have only created an advantage to that particular contractor. So my own case here, when I encountered it, it's good that this case study is coming up here. Meanwhile, I am throwing this up now for also to get a clarification. For me, I feel the in-house estimate is not the tagged amount, it's just a guide. If a contractor quotes 1.7 billion, another contractor quotes 1.65 billion, and another contractor quotes 1.6 billion, I think the 1.6 billion should be awarded the contract, because it is the contractor remains the evaluated responsive bidder going by the budgeted amount. Yeah, the lowest responsive bidder going by the budgeted amount, not the estimated amount. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Also, I want to ask again, is it also correct that consultants determine what happens here as against the decision of a procurement officer?
Okay, that was another question.
The consultant is working for you, so it doesn't determine whatever is happening.
Can you allow Ambassador to just help me out here, please? I understand the effort, please, please, man.
Yes, I think it's good. Let's share our experiences from our different MDAs. So we are now in our own laboratory. That's why we want a contribution, and then based on our encounter in our various MDAs, is necessary for us to apply what the Act and the standard bidding documents have said.
Hello? Can I say something, sir?
Who wants to say something?
Okay, so concerning this case study, okay.
Your name.
My name is Obina.
Please, you're flopping. Somebody is he has the floor now. He's clarifying something. Please, before you ask, please, I want to beg.
Okay. Like one, sir, I should wait until you finish.
Please wait now, let him finish, but I'm keenly listening to see if I'll get a clarification.
Okay.
Yes, I said you must be guided by the.
You are disturbing us, please.
In all our decisions, we must be guided by the sections of the Act and then the standard bidding documents. And then we have also seen the revised, whether the revised or the old thresholds, which also stipulates approving authority. So we must be guided by these principles. So whether you must be guided by your consultant, I think somebody has said is depending at point in time you came up with this your in-house estimates. Remember, if it's Nigeria, you are dealing with an economy that is controlled by inflation. So, and our inflationary trend is not something to write home about. We are having volatile, unstable inflationary trend. So that is that. So and when there is delay, you know, the duration of our inflation within the next 2-3 months, you are likely to have a new rate altogether. So it's not a must that is what must guide you. So what should guide you is purely what is stated on the threshold, the approving authority, and what the Act has stipulated. So any other thing is, like you did mention about the issue of rescoping. And then there is a regulatory authority like the BPP. Before this agency go ahead with the issue of rescoping, who approved this rescoping? That's the issue. So how can you come up with this rescoping? Approved by who? So because these are issues that we need to query. So some people's hands are still up. Nora and Kadi, you still want to hear your view on this?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I want to share my experience on this, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Kadri Ariba Taufik Engineer. If you read the case study properly, you notice that the in-house estimate was 1.4 billion and the provision of 1.8 billion was made in the appropriation bill. And this threshold can only be approved by the Federal Executive Council. So after the lowest evaluated responsive tender tendered 1.65 billion, it cannot be approved by the Ministerial Tenders Board. That was why they decided to rescope the job to 1.4 that they will be able to approve, which is not acceptable in any form of procurement or according to the Act. It's a subversion. So when we want to talk about the procurement planning, budgeting, and tendering processes, the provisions of the law that have been breached. The approval law has been breached, so also the rescoping law by getting a waiver from BPP. This also has been breached. So there is no way this kind of approval can stand, and there is no way they can award this kind of a contract because it's a kind of subversion. They decide to reduce the tender amount so that it can be approved by the Ministerial Tenders Board, and favoritism has come in now. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I think we take it. If you have a contrary opinion, then you can challenge what Kadri has said in court. Thank you. Let's move to case study 2. So it's in line with what I said, that whichever decision you are taking, you can't take arbitrary decision that is outside what the Act has stipulated. There are conditions, and you have a regulatory authority. So the agency should know what to do and how to go about it instead of taking arbitrary decision. So because from the way it was presented, they didn't get any clearance from any body. So we are judging based on face value of what is presented to us. So we want to also look at case study 2. In an internationally competitive tendering, this is now an ICB procurement. The PE requested tender security of 2% of offered prices. The PE received 6 tenders with the flowing prices and tender securities. We have firm A, B, C, D, and E. So firm A is an international firm. Same with B. While firm C is a local firm. Firm D is an international firm. Then E is also a national firm. Then we have amount quoted. Amount quoted and the currency issue. So we have $850,000, €750, then $900, €700, and then 670 million naira. So tender security submitted by firm A is $17,000. That's 2% of this quoted. Firm B, €13,500,000. Firm C submitted the security of $18,000. Firm D, €14,000 and 13,400,000. Firm E. The exchange rates used was $1 equivalent of 1,650, and then €1 equivalent of 1,800. A margin of preference of 7.5% was applied. We want to know what was the category of this procurement? What type of procurement is this? Which tenderer submitted valid tender securities? So which tenders complied with the 2% that is stipulated? Are there some that their tender security fall below? Which tenderer should first be subjected to detailed examination? Detailed examination post-qualification. So that implies you understand. So can we take the first question? Determine what was the category of this procurement. So in this case, we can now you study it, and then if you want to contribute, you just indicate. So looking at this, what category of procurement? Yeah, Victor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Victor is raising hand. Victor, what category? Okay, Nkechi, you have the floor.
All right, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's an international competitive bidding.
It's already stated.
Okay.
What type of procurement?
This type of procurement is a profit margin procurement.
I disagree.
The type is work procurement or construction procurement.
Margin for preference.
Okay, we'll go quick. So category of procurement. Yusuf. Okay, we may not waste much time. We already.
Sir, this is ICB for goods.
What?
I said international competitive bidding for goods.
Justify.
Sir, because there is a margin of preference of 7.5% is applied.
Is it applied for goods or works?
Works.
That's the margin preference.
Is works. Goods is 15%.
It's for works.
Yes, it's for work. The procurement of
So
work.
do we agree that it's
Yes,
works?
sir.
Yes, sir.
First of all, let's finish. Do we agree that it is works?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anybody with a different opinion?
It's for us. We agree.
It works, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So we all agree, considering we already discussed, margin of preference for ICB for goods, 15% for works, 7.5%. So there's no dispute on this. Then we are moving to the next issue, which tenderer submitted valid tender securities. So we need to work out this before we can give an answer. So we have to consider which tenderer submitted valid tender securities. And how do we do this?
Okay.
Do small calculation.
You will.
Security over amount, whether it's rhyme with the 2%.
Amount
yes,
quoted, you times by 2%.
Yeah.
Okay, do it now and give us the results. Let's know if any of them fall below
divided by 0.02. The first one is valid. That's the 17,000 is the 2%, and the submitted value is 17,000.
Is C2 is valid. D is
The
valid.
two is invalid. The 2 is
The
invalid.
B number 2B is invalid.
It's invalid. The 2% is 15,000.
15,000 euro.
It was 2,500. The number 3 is valid. The number 4 is valid.
Is valid. Number 4 is valid. Number 5 is valid.
They are all valid except B.
Okay, so all of us, our hands are up. So this is a mixed class. For those who are joining for the first time, who are not experienced, who are having this workshop or training for the first time in their lifetime. So it will be nice if they can follow and understand how we arrive at this. So I need a seasoned procurement officer to simplify how we arrive at which tenders submitted valid security. So Engineer Innocent, do you want to help? Just clear it so that you simplify it so that everybody can now understand. Remember, as if it's an exam, this is a tabular form. You have to work it out and still present your answer in a table, in a tabular form. So remember we talked about ranking. How do we now arrive at the winning tender? So Engineer Innocent, are you?
I didn't come to work later. Adios.
Okay, he didn't come to work. Muyiwa, did you come to work? Okay, who wants to help? Just you have the floor. Just go ahead.
Okay, sir. I want to suggest, the which tender should first be subjected to detailed examination, and I will choose the E, the number 5. Reason being that during the financial evaluation stage, all validly secured bids are converted into local currency. Let's assume we are using Naira, and the number E has 670 million Naira. So even after the 7.5 international loading and the preference margin that will qualify, the E is essentially cheaper than all other competitors, and that's what I think. So since the procurement procedure dictates the lowest price responsive bid is examined first for compliance and verification. So I think the E is fine. Thank you.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is, can you simplify? Remember, we are dealing with this is ICB, right? So we need to make it simplified so that others can understand how you arrive at the winning bidder.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Please, sir, with due and utmost respect, I would like to bring this to your attention for the break time, because some of us would like to go for Jumat prayer. And normally Jumat prayer starts from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. I don't know when is it going to be a break time.
Okay.
With due respect, sir.
Okay, I've been seeking for that information. So you say it's 1 to 2, right? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we break in the next 5 minutes. So your post quiz will commence by 2:30. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. It's okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir, it's
Okay.
okay.
Okay, so we use the figures already given to us to work out the margin of preference already given, which is 7.5%, and then we already calculated the expected tender security using the 2%, 2% of the quoted.
Me, I need to worry for the life them. Oh.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay, if I should simplify it somehow,
Okay.
as a QS, most times when you see those things, you imagine the margin between the differences. So when you look at it, you will see that among all of them, the E, value, you will say that is nearly half of the closest competitor. Even before adding the 7.5 penalty margin to the international bid. So it's nearly half of that of its closest competitors. So
Report, I received it now, yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
no, the bidding will work, God will work it out. No worry. Yes.
God, you are disturbing the clause. So at the end, we look at the tender with the most responsive, and that we are giving it to E. So
I also think that even the E, that's because it's the lowest bidder, like the lowest, the one with the lowest price. Yes, sir.
okay. Okay, so I also earlier said what happened to the others, and that's why I said if B decide not to take up the job along the line, so do we start a new advert or a new evaluation? And we all agree that we cannot. So there is provision that you should have first, second, third, fourth, as the case may be. So if the first failed to take, then second, and in this case we have E, and if E fails, then you can fall back to D, which in that ranking has 1.354, and then 1 has 1.5. But we also considered going by the act on the issue of rejection. So upon which condition should we reject a bid? So in this case, scenario, so B has fallen short of what is expected, and the Act authorized that we should reject B. So if we have any question we can ask before we come to the end of this session, so that we reconvene by 2 and then have our post quiz. Remember, I explained that the post quiz takes care of is not your normal model quiz. The model quiz, each model has 10 quizzes. Each model has 10 questions or MCQs. But at the end, model 1 to 5, you take post quiz today, and then the last day of week 2, a week today, you also take post quiz 30 questions from model 6 to 12. This one is model 1 to 5, just to ensure that our discussion for the past 5 days now is yielding results. So Engineer Innocent, you are still raising your hand. So do you want to contribute, or you want to ask question before I conclude? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, maybe less. Other ones are just testing the similar to what we have already discussed. Evaluation panel manipulation, issue of manipulation in a consulting service. So this issue of manipulation. So what happens when there is manipulation? So evaluation scoring change dramatically post replacement with the previous second rank firm suddenly emerge as top scorer. So, and that's the essence of giving that standstill period. So the issue of standstill period, if there is any complaint, so that it can be treated before you finally release awards later. So having said that, in the spirit of brotherhood, I want to declare this particular module closed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So please, you can have this period. This period is the period you can use it to stretch and then take your lunch. Those that are going for prayer, go for prayer. Those that need to take lunch, please take your lunch. Then by 2, we'll reconvene to conclude for week 1. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please, has anybody downloaded the slide? Please drop on the platform, please.
Thank you, sir.
Some of us are struggling with our LMS. Those who have downloaded the slide should help us drop it, please.
Yeah, we want like it's already on the model.
Yeah, trying to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who has back? Let the person come and follow me. Let me go and buy drinks for my tomorrow.
It should still be
Get penny
fresh.
before we come back.
For crying out loud, you people should put off your mind now. What kind of thing is this?
So anybody that couldn't
Please put off your mind. Put off your mind. Put off your mind.
Yes. Initially, it was to bring everything on the line. So, yes. That was what I was asking you. The time our Muslim brothers conduct their own prayers. Okay. So they are not. I was thinking whether it's two.
He said quiz started by 2:30.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please, are you seeing the quiz link and the QR code on the message box?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, so once it's 2:30, if you know how to scan, you can scan it and enter, or you click the link and log in, because the quiz will open by itself by 2:30 p.m. dot. So, and I have also sent to the WhatsApp group. Those who are in the WhatsApp group who cannot access it here can also access the link at the WhatsApp group. So I wish everybody good luck. I wish everybody
Thank you,
good
sir.
luck.
Thank you,
on
sir.
your quiz today. So is the acting class governor here? The class governor.
I think he's not here. Maybe he has went for break. He has gone for break. Maybe.
You know, after you have a good number of you have finished the quiz, you will have to say the closing prayer and we close for the day. I hope it's okay.
Yes, sir. But sir, I'd like to ask a question. And
Okay.
the quiz is for like how many minutes? 30 minutes?
I don't know. Just when you log in, do your best and do your quiz.
Okay.
Because it's time based.
So I think we'll convey here by 3 p.m. to do the closing remark and prayers.
Yes, 3:30 or so. Those once you start, if you have concluded, I will ask by that 3:30, and so we say the closing prayer.
Okay. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, sir.
Go ahead.
Father, yesterday I started filling the PG postgraduate diploma in procurement management online, but I couldn't finish. But hopefully, before the week runs out, I'll be able to finish. And I believe, while filling the form, I do not see a place where they say online. It's only full time and part time. I believe the part time one is the online program, right?
No, the full-time and part-time is applicable to anything you are doing with the program. The only thing is that if you are working, you put part-time. If you don't have leave to go and study. So those who can apply full-time are those who are not actually active in their work area or so, who wants to just come and make sure they become a day student. Can put full time.
Full time. But those who are working can actually go on the
It's
part
better
time.
you put a part time because you can't put full time. When did you leave your work area to come and do full time? So it will be queried. When they audit it, you will have issue. So that's another form of procurement.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, sir. Please, can you kindly explain to us again how the quiz is going to be like? In a comment, right? Yes, sir.
How the quiz will be like?
Yes, sir. I've seen something on the platform, on the chat group here, that says it opens at 2:30 and closes at 12 a.m. I don't know if it's in my eyes.
I'm the one that sent it now. When I sent you when the quiz will be closed. You have an open window.
Okay, sir.
That it will close by 12 midnight. That means if you have not done, if you are being carried away with work, you still have time to now come and do it.
Okay, sir.
Understand?
Okay, sir.
So as you are here now, do your own and face your work. Don't wait till that time.
Okay, sir. I understand, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Is the quiz on? Hello, my people.
It's not yet 2:30. We have like 2 minutes to go.
Sorry, which month? I'm seeing a different message on the when I click on the link, it's telling me not currently wanting.
By 2:30, that's when it will be
It's not yet time now. You wait for 2:30. You wait for
Okay.
2:30. Follow the
Yes.
instructions, please.
All right.
So guys, it's still there.
For those online, the link is accessible. We can start our quiz now. Thank you. May God help us.
Sorry, where can I find the link for the quiz? Is it here on Zoom, or maybe I should go to LMS? Where can I find it?
Go to WhatsApp group. Go to WhatsApp group. You see it there.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
I thought you are writing yourself.
Yes, sir. I'm here to connect. I don't know how to get to the WhatsApp. I don't know. I'm looking for directions. That's why I'm coming.
Exam link is here on the this thing on the chat box. Check on the chat. You see the link. I posted it there.
Okay.
Please, sir, can you post again? I can't find it.
Sir, even me, I cannot find it, sir.
Check the group
Please,
chat
I
or
don't
the
know how
WhatsApp
to
group
post
chat.
the link there.
The link again.
Please, I'm in the exam hall. I'm doing something now.
Hello, how can we see? I see the link now.
Okay, I the right this thing now. Basic. Guys, man, let's do this thing together. I'm busy. I said, which best is a summary of this thing? Which best summarize?
You on camera?
The questions.
But who is this person on the group? Off your camera, Joe. You're disturbing everybody here. What's it?
You can sit down, yes, sir. Well, 080 64 26 08. Oh, I get clicking.
Please, sir, I've gone to the chat. I can't see anything. I don't know what's going on. I'm truly lost here, sir.
Go to your WhatsApp. Go to your WhatsApp.
Nah, what is happening? So I've gone to my WhatsApp. I didn't see anything there. I don't know really what is going on. I'm lost entirely. I've got my WhatsApp. I can't see anything there. I need direction, please.
Oh, but you are disturbing us. Please join the group with WhatsApp and stop disturbing us.
I don't know where they do WhatsApp is now. You should direct me. You are shouting at me. People are writing exam. I don't know where the exam is going on. I am shouting at me. Is that the best way to treat me?
And
Go to the general group
If you just
and
join
scroll.
now, that's why they said you should write your name and your phone, WhatsApp phone number in the chat group. If you write it there, they will add you. Come down and check, look for the admin and tell the admin to add you in the group WhatsApp. Please. It's not something that we should start fighting about, please.
Hello, sir. Please, you can check the chat on this Zoom link.
Having problem accessing the link. I put the link
The
here.
link is already here.
If you're on the Zoom now, you can click it and start writing your quiz. It's not something you will be worried about. Look at it here on the chat. Somebody
I
already
don't
put
know. Many questions distracting people that are writing. This one is on there.
Please check.
You
Lost.
don't
He
need
wants
to
a
be
direction.
distracted.
Just
Do
tell
what
him,
you
make
have
you
to
know.
do.
Sir, I have an issue, please. I don't have a middle name and I can't submit my quiz because I did not fill in the middle name. So I don't know how to go about it.
You can put A now. What's your first name? Add the your second name again to it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Are you not writing the exam?
No, I have not seen where to write the exam, sir. I have sent my WhatsApp
Check
number.
the box here now. I don't know why you guys are not checking. There is a chat box here in the Zoom. The link is there. Click on it. Or you copy it out and type it in your system. You
No,
just
I have
click on
not
it.
seen. I've been complaining that they didn't add me on the group. I've been You are complaining. I can't. listening to what he's saying now. Go to the chat here on Zoom. You will see the link in the chat room. All right. All right. Yeah.
Like when you want to type the thing. Majorly what you are taught now, the procurement, EBP, and many of them. Usually what you are taught.
However, we can handle with but you see, before I'm sorry, I'm going to go back. You see, before if you have a both this management mechanism, both on the side of permanent secretaries as well as on the side of apostolic officers. How do we know when to change course? How do we know when to
Yeah, my turn.
how do we
Are we done for the day?
Dr. Mike, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My brother, this is not showing score. Yes, I'm done.
Now, you don't need to see the score so that you won't appraise yourself. I will appraise you later.
Okay, it's okay. I expected to see my score. No problem.
No, that button is up. So leave it that way.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Are we done for the day?
Are you done with the quiz?
Yeah, but the quiz says it closes by 12 midnight today.
Are you done with the
No, I'm not done.
when you are through now, by 3:30, we now do our closing prayer. So we close for today.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Are you
Hello,
just in
sir.
exam hall?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Are you not writing exam?
I'm done with my exam, but I have an issue, sir. In the middle name, I don't have a middle name. So instead
Put
of
your
not,
first name there. Put abbreviation. You can put your first name there, or you put nail. Put nail so that when we see it, we remove the nail.
okay, because I wrote one.
Anything you write, but make sure it's not something that will be in conflict with your certificate.
Okay, I just wrote one. Number one.
Write nail.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Everybody, please. So when we are done, we can submit, right? Hello, sir.
Of course, now you go submit now. You want stay for there.
Submit your work. Once you are done, you submit. If a good number of you have submitted, somebody should give us a vote of thanks, then say the closing prayer. We close for today. Thank God it's Friday.
So do we have lectures tomorrow?
We start on Monday. You go and play golf
Okay, sir.
tomorrow. Start on Monday again.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. So can I give a vote of thanks on behalf of all of us, sir?
What of the acting governor? Is he back?
Okay. Let's wait for him, sir.
Wait for him now. Somebody should call his attention in the WhatsApp group so that he can say one or two.
No, no.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, people that submit, please allow the other people that are writing exam to write. I beg.
Tell that boy that I said, give me another water that's not good. Tell that boy, say, when you give people food, give them water. Tell him, oh,
Can we log out if we are finished?
So it seems that a good number of you have submitted. So is the class governor here? If he's not here yet, somebody.
Yes, sir, we are done with the exam.
Then
Can we say our
say the closing prayer. Said, you are raising your hand up. You have the floor, please.
Straight metal branches can be brittle, making the shaping process delicate. Each design is developed through trial and error, with artisans adapting to how the trees respond as they grow. It's a slow form of craftsmanship where nature, design, and patience grow together.
So who will say the vote of thanks and the closing prayer, please, so that we close for today?
in Jesus' name.
Well,
Amen.
Vote of thanks first.
amen.
Amen.
Then
Our
vote
dear
of
Heavenly,
thanks. Oh,
Go ahead. We are with you.
our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the grace and the opportunity you've given us to have participated in this program to this extent. Father, we thank you for your grace and mercy. We thank you for your love. Lord, we appreciate and we say may your name be glorified forever in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Father,
Amen.
once again, oh God, we are committing, oh Lord, the essence of this training. We pray, oh Lord, that the essence shall be achieved, that everyone that participated in this program shall be acquainted with every right information, and with the information that we acquire here, we shall utilize them to ensure that procurement activities are done properly well to be able to meet the international standard, so that Nigeria will be able to enjoy value for money for whatever their government spends on their capital project. We ask that you help us and guide our facilitators and help them to teach us well and inculcate greater knowledge into our lives and preserve and keep us. In Jesus' name we have prayed.
Amen.
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 Thank you so much for that wonderful.
Thank you, sir. We
Amen.
appreciate you, sir.
If you know that you have not put down your name for attendance, please kindly do so. It will be open for the next 10
That's what we are
minutes.
doing, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank God it's
Bye.
Friday.
Monday, enjoy your weekend.
Yes, sir.
Florence, what are you giving to me to enjoy my weekend?
Sir, what do you want?
I just
I
want
can post it online.
something that will help me to be able to buy fish, buy juice. I don't want much.
You can eat kuli sir.
What you listed is
Okay,
much now.
let's talk on the WhatsApp. Sir,
Will I be able?
just WhatsApp me though.
Well, how do I get your WhatsApp details
Yeah,
now?
you'll be able to.
Man, buy kuli for him. He will enjoy it.
Have you? Or I should buy kilishi. I'm in Abuja.
Yes, buy
If you
kilishi
buy
for him.
no,
He will enjoy it.
why Gui is not bad though. Just buy
We
me
are in
Jebu
Abuja now,
too.
so that we can locate you.
We that are in the village. You people are in the city. We're in the village, working in the village.
I'm sure your village there is no network, sir.
So Nonye, how do I catch up your WhatsApp? How do I catch up your Nonye? How do I catch up your WhatsApp contacts now?
Sorry, who am I talking with? Let me wait to get you first.
I am Gibson.
Gibson, okay. My contact is there now. You just see ODII.
Okay, I will check out now in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, just check out OD Nonye.
The people that don't write exam now.
And to all the people who use noise, and scattered our head during this exam, you guys are lucky that we were just flowing, and you people should pray that we should pass this, because the noise was too much. It was too much, not even too much.
Particularly people like Sunday, they are the one disturbing us.
Sir, I've submit my exam since.
That's not an excuse for you to fail.
I will not call name so that nobody will.
That's not an excuse for you to fail.
I didn't cite name because I know Sunday is the one that disturbing us with his camera.
I'm not calling name. I don't want anybody to come and wail me in my office.
For you.
So I withdraw myself.
You guys can vacate this place now.
Are you here to submit your exam?
Are you?
They say you don't score 100%.
Submitted my attendance.
How do you submit your attendance self? By participating is not attendance. Lady, where do we write the attendance?
The chat now, the chat box. Chat box.
Okay, this chat box, okay. Yes. I just write my name there.
It's okay.
Not your name. Your name, your sex, your email address, and your organization.
Tadu Uma. How are you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
Yeah, too much.
Good afternoon, all. I think we have come to the close of today's activity, the week 1 workshop. We continue with week 2 from Monday, and then end as can see on our timetable. So we thank you for your active participation.
So my
if you
chat
have
is not
any
responding. I've been trying
issue,
to write my name.
you reach
It's
the
not
IT support unit or
Okay, sir. But
Engineer
sorry, sir,
Mike.
I wanted to find out if we log out from here
So
now, can
please
we
note,
is not responding. The
I
chat
want
is
to
not
call for a
responding.
volunteer to give us closing prayer. Volunteer, please.
Let's pray.
Can we pray?
Sir, sorry, before the prayer, I wanted to find out if we log out now, can we continue to write the exam? Can we access the exam?
Exam is
Engineer
over
Mike,
now.
answer.
Let us pray.
Write to exam on your WhatsApp platform. This is a different platform now.
Okay.
Let's
We're
pray.
in prayer.
Our Father, our Lord, our God, we thank you. We glorify your name.
Please, we have closed already. We have said the prayer. What's the question? Because you are supposed to write your name, but if you have not put down your name for the attendance, you put it down. I'm trying to shut down the system.
This thing is not working. The chat, I don't know whether it's from my end here.
What happened?
If I click, it's not responding. I can't even type.
Some of us are still writing this exam.
If you are still writing,
okay, so please,
copy the text
we
and
wish you
paste
all
it
the
in your
best.
WhatsApp group. It will not
We
on
wish you
your own
all the
WhatsApp,
best.
personal WhatsApp. It will come up. Then you can now click and start writing the exam.
Please conclude your exam. So God has answered our prayer in Jesus' name.
Sir, we have gone far. We have gone far already before this thing started.
So please, our prayer has been answered. We are going to be good procurement officers in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, good night. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Good night and good luck. No more fake agency. No more fake procurement. No more fake agencies. Bye-bye.
Exactly, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
On the exam.
My people, enjoy your weekend. Abdurrashid Ahmad.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm seeing my brother. That's why I'm calling your name, sir. Just to greet you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay.
That's well, sir.
Okay. Enjoy your weekend, sir.
Thank
Next
you.
week.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.